Excuse me, I am so sorry about that. I forgot to mute myself. Alright, let's get into this. Let's see, can we see? That looks better. We'll just wedge that in there like that. What did I do? Okay. Got that. Let's bring this out. This is engine parts. Yep. What is that? Some type of exhaust piece, something. Now these are white, and this was chrome, and I de-chromed it. Hey John, this was chrome, and I just de-chromed it yesterday, and then I did a little bit of sanding on it today just to smooth out some of the sinkholes. But this tells me that the chrome parts are molded in white, which is good, because I'm thinking I might de-chrome the wheels. Not sure about that. I was thinking about going with some type of what do they call it when you take all the chrome off of a car? There's a term for it, I forget. Yeah, the live feed was good. The live feed was good. I think you need to have more questions, like write down all your questions on a piece of paper and have a bunch of questions ready. But otherwise, I think you did a good job. Not that that meant you did a bad job. I just think that would help out. I think that would make it better. Alright, I'm gonna... This doesn't want to fit down in there because of this. I think because of what's in here. Down inside the engine block, there is a little pin, like a long horizontal pin, and it's rounded, and there isn't exactly a flat spot between the pin and the back or the front of the, what is that, probably like the bell housing. And because of that, the oil pan doesn't sit flat. There's a tiny little gap right here. So I can either file this, the inside of this, or I can file under here. And I don't think it matters which one. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to de-chrome everything. I think I like that idea. Hey, what do you think? Maybe I should give like another downward facing view here. Let me rotate this around and see if you like this view better. Okay, let me go here. So if I did that, and you got another downward facing view, would that be better? Maybe, and I could show the parts a little bit easier. I don't know. Is that helpful? We'll try that for a little while. I think the stream was good though. I liked the interview format. I think that'll help your stream. But, you know, I don't know everything. Maybe I'm wrong. How you doing today? I saw you showed your 32 body, and that looked pretty good. I'm gonna start working on a. I have a couple Camaros that I'm gonna build, a 2010 and a 2013, that are going to be basically replicas of the one-to-ones that my wife and I own. She has a 2013 SS convertible, and I have a 2010 SS coupe. And so I have the models. Fortunately, they make those exact models. AMT did. And hers, coincidentally, is black, and it's molded in black. The one-to-one is black. Mine is white, and the model is molded in white. The only bad part is that the model for mine, the white coupe, it does not have orange stripes like my one-to-one does. Matter of fact, here I'll show you. Let me bring this up over here. I go to pictures. Let me display capture, and let's switch this to. Let's see. Let's go here. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit here real quick. Car stuff. So this is my wife's 2013 convertible SS, and I have. Let me grab these real quick. Oh goodness. So that's my wife's, the 2013 SS convertible, and I have the model. It's a 2011, but it's the same. Everything is the same body style, same trim. Everything is the same, and it's an SS convertible. And then mine, one-to-one, is the SS coupe here, and then the one-to-one, I'm sorry, the model will be this 2010 SS coupe, and it's molded in white. So the only thing I have to deal with is trying to get the red stripes. I don't know how or where I'm gonna do that, but that is the problem at this point. You know anybody that sells orange or red SS stripes? I'd like to avoid trying to do them by hand. I feel like I could, but I'm worried about how clean it would be. The headset works a lot better for you talking about, like for your echo issue that you had. Is that what you mean? Math Keith Mark's decals. I don't know what that is. Why is that? It's almost like it just doesn't want to fit. You know what? Maybe if let me trim this down a little bit. Since this isn't going to be seen, it's okay if there's a little depression in the fuel. I mean, in the oil pan. Maybe there's like a little bump under. Oh yeah, that made a huge difference. I'm gonna let me see here. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I know what the problem is. I need to do this over here. You bring this down here. And then I'm going to point this down a little bit more. Let's see if I can get closer. Oops, wrong camera. Wrong camera. Okay, we'll try that for a little bit, see how that goes. Muscle Cars decals. Math Keith. Am I saying that right? Math Keith Marks decals. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove this. I'm messing with my stream layout here real quick. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So let's Keith Marks Decal Store. Is this the place you're referring to? Oh, here we go. Yeah, those are close. Is this the guy you're talking about, John? Looks like he's got some nice stuff. I think that model actually has some decals that are they're the right decals, but they're the wrong color. Let me pull that up. Got Fotkey custom. Okay, I'll check that. Camaro. So 06 Camaro concept. Ooh, damn, John, you're the man. Those are sweet. Alright, let me take a look here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place these in here. I think I got the decals in here somewhere. Here they are. So, no, maybe not. I thought I saw some stripes, but I guess I was wrong. But, man, it looks like this guy might have some good ones. I see black. I don't see... go back here. This is the Camaro concept. Here's the SS style. Man, he's got some really cool stuff. Let's see, here's the 2010. Yeah, see, that's my stripe doesn't go over the front bumper. It's cool though. Oh, let's see, what else does he have? I think this one is going to be the perfect one. These here. But I need them to be... Oh, you know what? I don't like that sharp edge right there though. That's my only concern. And I don't think on mine... Let me look. I don't think they go down over the hood. Where am I? Here. Yeah, see, my stripes, they stop right at the hood. They don't go over the hood. And on the trunk lid, they don't go to the back side of the trunk either. It's only on the top surface. So let me see what his look like. His are not exactly... I can trim that. I could cut that so that it's appropriate. So that's not so much a problem. But these stripes, I would need to back these up. And, you know, that doesn't really look right. Because mine are a lot closer than that. See how there's like a small line in between. And his seems to have a big gap. So unless they're separate, hopefully they're separate decals that I can close that gap, and then I can push them back and trim off the back edge that I don't need. But I still don't like this sharp edge. Like mine are very much rounded on that outer edge. Another thing I need is the gills on the side. I can probably paint those though. That might not be such a big deal. Yeah, this is great, man. You know what? I have this bookmarked already. I must have been here already because I have this bookmarked. How about that? Okay. Alright, well thanks, John. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't even think about that. I will definitely talk to that dude because he looks like he can make what I need. Alright, so I'm going to glue this oil pan on. It's got a little bit of space on the front where it overhangs, and I know a lot of blocks do that, and then they have like the timing cover or the water pump or whatever sits in front of the block and it meets the oil pan and it covers that gap. So I'm thinking that's probably going to be the case here as well. Let me look at the instructions here and see if I can find this other part. The front cover, let me see, do I have that in here? Is that's that part right there. Let me grab that. Hey, what's up, Jamie? We're just hanging out, bullshitting. What you up to today? How you doing? Alright. Let me smooth this out a little bit. You working on anything today, Jamie? Okay, so this looks like this faces upward. The oil pan goes in like this. What? So maybe this little cross member, if you can see, this is the part that I just trimmed. and it's not filling the gap right here at the front of the oil pan. So maybe it's this cross member that fills that gap. Let me find that part and we'll see how that fits. So that part is hiding here somewhere. I hope it's not chrome. Oh my goodness. That would be unfortunate. I'm not seeing it. Oh shoot. Look at that. It's right here on the chrome tree. I think that's the part. This part right here. Right there. I think that's it. And since there's no numbers on the sprues, it's a guessing game. Let's see. Pull it out of there. Alright, put this back in the bag. You're working on a 1/12 scale bike? Which bike? I have a bunch of those Tamiya 1/12 scale bikes, and I've only started one of them, but it's pretty cool. If I was a motorcycle guy, that thing would be done already because it's a nice model. I'm impressed. The only reason I haven't completed it is because I have so many more, or so many models that are like, you know, of interest to me, that one is just taking a back seat. I'm not a big motorcycle guy, so almost positive this is the part. It's got neat rivet lines. Too bad those are gonna go away. Am I selling any of them? Hadn't planned on it. Why, are you looking for something? I mean, have you seen my stash? Let me pull up a picture. Let's see, I just took a picture recently. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Okay. These are my motorcycle models. Can you see those? And that's not all of them. There's 2 or 3 that wouldn't fit in that area. I have like some larger boxes. Like you can see in the upper right hand corner, there's one kind of hidden behind the shelf back there. And then there's a couple more that are on another shelf that I couldn't get in the picture too. But those are my bike kits, my current stash of bike kits. Why does that look like it's got a pin on the front? Like this is supposed to be aligned with a pin. There was no pin on that. Is that supposed to be mounted flush? Wow, that is... I'll leave the stash picture up there until you have a chance to look at it completely. I don't recall there being a pin, a set pin on here. So hopefully I can find what I need here. Let's see. Is that right? That I like the Liberty Walk kits too. I don't have any of them yet. I don't. Actually, I might have one or two. Not positive. Let me see. See up in the upper left-hand corner of this picture, there's a couple motorcycles. So I've got a couple of those. Hey, what's up, Terry? We were just talking about some motorcycles, and so I was flipping through pictures of the ones that I have. You said you're working on Kenny Roberts Yamaha 14026. I don't know. I don't know which one that is. I don't think I have that one. 14020. I don't see the numbers. I can't tell the numbers anyway. Yeah, it's hard to see. Maybe I think I can zoom in. 140. Okay, so here we go. 37, 88, 57. What is that? 99, 38. What do we have over here? 67, 33, 133, 132, 131, 74. Doesn't look like I have that one. At least not there. You're not late, Terry. You can join anytime you want. We're just hanging out, just chit-chatting. We're not doing anything critical. Let me see if I have any more anywhere. Oh, here in this picture you see the Kenworth that I'm working on right in the middle of the picture. I pulled that off the shelf and I put something in its place that I had up here in my room. And here's that orange dump truck that or snowplow dump truck that I'm thinking about converting into a post-apocalyptic survival truck. But you know what? Maybe I should take this Ford Louisville over here on the far left. It's a box truck. Maybe I should do something with that. Or even this Papa truck, the Kenwood Aerodyne race truck. That could be interesting. Let's see, I think... Where did my trailers go? No. I want to show John that trailer I was talking about. See if I have a picture of it here. I thought I did, maybe not. Let me back up a little bit more. No, 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 no. Wait. No. Okay, maybe I need to go the other way. Wait. Nope. It's a shipping container that I'm looking for. Maybe I didn't have it down there at the time.
Someone's at the door asking if we filed a claim for the shingles on the roof. Should I just
Tell them we're not interested. Tell them we're not interested. Okay, I guess I don't have it pictured. Somewhere down here I should have a shipping container trailer, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, anyway. Show all your bike kits? Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to see that. Alright, so I got a... There, I don't recall there being any like set, what do you call it, when there's a pin that sets the placement of an object so that this fits right over the pin. In the picture it shows there's a pin on the front of the block where this little half moon hole would go over the pin to place this, and it looks like it's on the left half, as this is pictured, the left half of the block. So that would mean this is placed to the left half. But I don't recall there being a pin there. Maybe I cut it off and sanded it thinking it was flash. Like an injector mold, you know, stub or whatever. It's like a hobby shop. Did I tell you the story of my stash, Jamie? I don't know if I've told you the story of my stash. Let me back up here. Back. I'm trying to get... Oh, maybe I don't have it pictured. I thought I had a picture where I was like backed up. Oh, I do. Here it is. Okay. Hold on one sec. Open this with photos. Okay, come on over here. Alright, I'm gonna show this again. So this is my stash downstairs. Now I have about 30 kits up here in my bedroom where my desk is that I'm sitting at. But this is the stash where I keep my models down in the basement. So I have built models since I was a little kid. And when I got married, my wife's husband was also into models, and so that was something that we used to share together. We used to build together, and we'd like go looking for models and stuff together, and he would come visit us for a month or two every year, and we would, you know, spend a lot of time building models together. Well, he passed away. He was killed in an automobile accident, and so I quit building models because it was, you know, emotionally draining. You know, it was painful. And I didn't touch models for like 13 years. But I had put away all my models, so I had like two big boxes, like 1 cubic foot box, like moving boxes. I had like 2 moving boxes worth of miscellaneous parts and some kits and, you know, some various paints and tools and things. I had just put it all in boxes and put it away. And 13 years later, my wife was going through storage and she found them and she brought them up to me and, you know, was like, hey, what's this? Do you need this? Whatever. And I started going through it. And so I immediately got that itch again. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to build something. I'm going to buy a kit. I'm going to build it. I'm not going to paint it. I'm not going to modify it. I'm going to build it box stock, no paint, nothing, just the kit. And I'm going to see how I feel about it. And I did, and I enjoyed it. And I thought, you know, I probably can get back into this and have some fun with it. So I started buying kits again and building kits. Well, like a year later, maybe a year or two later, my mom passed away, and she left me a little bit of money that was in her retirement account. And I had happened to have a buddy locally who who had like 2,500 kits, and he was trying to sell his collection. And he let me cherry pick like all the stuff that I wanted out of his kit. So I bought like 800 kits from him, using the life insurance money from or the retirement money from my mom. So my stash went from nothing to, like 800 kits, like overnight. I shouldn't say nothing, because since I started building models again, I had, acquired 20 or 30 kits, locally, just buying them in stores and buying them from people on Craigslist and stuff. And so anyway, like I said, my stash went up over 800 kits like overnight. And then, since then I started participating in like the Facebook auction groups, the Facebook modeling auction groups. And so I was buying, 5-10 kits a month, adding to my stash until, like I quit buying kits last year sometime, just because I have so many. There's not really much out there that I don't have, that I see that I want anyway. And so I'm pretty much stable right now. I add a kit here and there when like Tamiya comes out with a new kit that's pretty cool. I'll go pick up a couple copies of it, but just about everything in my stash is duplicate. So if you see one on the shelf, there's a copy of that kit behind it. And that's probably like 90% true for everything that you see. And so if you see two of them or three of them, one on top of each other, like in this picture in the far back, you can see three of those, what are they, Bumblebee Pro Streets or whatever they are, the green one. I've got either 5 or 6 of those, because there's going to be copies behind those. So whatever kit you see, chances are I've got 2 or 3 of them, or more. But anyway, that's how I got my stash to where I am. I just got lucky, just, was blessed with the fortune of the circumstances, and I try to pay it forward. I mean, when I was participating in the auctions, I would buy models. I would beat people in the auction. I would outbid them and then send them the model. I did that quite a lot actually. I don't know if you guys know like the Facebook model groups, but like Jeremy Churchill and Tony Leonard, and a lot of those guys, they know who I am because of that kind of stuff. Alright, well, I'm going to have to take a leap of faith and hope that I can position this correctly, because I don't have the pin that's supposed to be there to tell me how it's supposed to be positioned. But I think using the oil pan and a little bit of guesswork, I can probably get that in a good spot. Yeah, being in the right place at the right time, that's for sure. It's funny you say that, because I mentioned that I was buying kits locally, like on Craigslist and, local Facebook markets and stuff. So I saw a post for somebody selling some model kits, and I called the guy, and we made arrangements to like meet. And he, he's seemed like he was a little bit hesitant to deal with me. And I don't know if he had been scammed or whatever, but I finally talked him into selling me the kits and whatnot, and I think I bought kits from him twice on 2 separate occasions. And then on the second occasion, I said, hey, you wouldn't happen to have this or whatever? And he was like, oh yeah, I got all that stuff. And so he let me come see, his stash, and then start picking out some kits. And that was when I came into the money. And then between then, me and him, like, talking over several months and whatnot, we became friends. And so now we're like really good friends. And he's still got like 1,700 kits that he's trying to get rid of. They're all like um, what do you call them? Show rods, whatever. Like the really outrageous like show cars that are like made out of like, you know, what do you call it? Like fantasy, you know, ideas. Not, I don't even know what to call them. Show rods. Okay, I think that'll fit right there pretty well. I've sanded that piece a little bit, and it seems like that should sit right there. I don't know what this little pin is or this pin, but I'll look in the instructions to find out what goes on these two pins right here, these holes, and then maybe we can figure out whether this needs to bump out a little bit before I glue it or not. Thanks, Terry. Uh, George Barris, John. I don't know who that is. I don't know the reference. You'll have to explain that to me. Okay, so fuel pump goes, let's see. Oil line goes down on the bottom, it looks like. Maybe. Let me find this. I hope they didn't chrome the fan belts and pulleys. I'm looking for fan belts and pulleys. I really hate that they didn't number these sprues. Alright, here. Custom car designer, yeah. Yeah, they were custom cars. You know, like big glass bubble canopies, and the car looks like a helmet, you know. I mean, those kinds of things. Show rods. I think that's what they're calling them, show rods. Okay, so I think that go in here. Oh, does that go right there? Let me take a look at something. I might actually have... Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blind you guys. I had my stash picture open. Sorry about that. I might have... a picture of the show rods. Nope, I guess I don't have a picture. Oh well. So it looks like this is for the fan belt, or I mean the fan itself, and it looks like it's supposed to fit right in this hole here. And then on the back side of this is the front pump, it's calling it. Oh, Freon pump. So what is that, AC? So that'd be the air conditioner. And that looks like this little guy right here. I'm actually going to trim this out of here just for placement's sake. We've got a tiny little bit of flash right here. So it looks like this is supposed to fit right here. And if it's right, get in there. Okay, yeah, that's actually works out because it's got this tiny little nub, and when it fits on there, the nub is like perfectly aligned with this corner. So it's like almost like it was meant to be. What do you think? My goodness, what a coincidence. Let's see how this goes. All right. Trying to get all the fitment done because I've never built this before, so I don't, and the instructions are garbage, so I don't have the most confidence in some of this. Alright, I think that's going to be just fine. Fits on there just right. There's a little hose. I think it's an oil line that goes in right here. And then on the back here there's two, let's see, per the instructions it looks like the fuel pump goes in the center on this larger pulley, the back side of the larger pulley, and then an oil line, external oil line connects to this hole on the bottom, it looks like. What's up, babe?
May I have a healthy treat?
You want one of these protein bars?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted this.
Want a what?
Well,
That's not a healthy treat. That's candy. You eat this and then you can have one of those. How about that? Make you a deal. Alright. Here you go. Apple, do you want one of these? You want one of these? Do you want it?
yes.
Speak, boy. Use your words. There you go. After you eat those, I'll give you a piece of candy. Small one.
Ooh. Do you mean the white sucker thing?
Okay. So now I just need to find the fuel pump. Is that it? It looks not. That looks like a starter. Oh, please let it not be chrome. I don't have a display cabinet, but I have little boxes. Oh crap, it's chrome. I have the little acrylic display boxes, but I don't have a cabinet. Why did they chrome this? Come on. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna have to dechrome this. What is that? That looks like a turbo. I'll put that back in the bag. I'll show you here in just a sec what I've got. I'm gonna bag these parts up so I don't lose any of them. The ones I'm not tinkering with right now. Alright, so let me switch here. What's up? I have a bunch of these plastic or acrylic display boxes. You can see up there on the shelf. And there's like some big ones behind all those boxes of ammo you see. But I've got like 3 layers of them over there. And I got some rebuild stuff here. Like a bunch of rebuild junk. Most of these I bought from model auctions, and some of them were just given to me with the intention of rebuilding them at some point, but right now they just collect dust. These are some little die casts that my son-in-law built for me. I've got some, there's another rebuilder, a little drag car that I need to rebuild at some point. Here are some 3D printed bodies, Pontiac GTO bodies. I didn't like the quality, so I never did anything with them. I mean, you can see, look, they've got holes in them. The print, the wall is so thin that, like, so there's they're perforated, and then there's like print lines everywhere. What else I got up here? This box has a bunch of, there's probably like 5 or 6 models in there that are just like dusty and not really that great, so I just kind of set them in there. But nothing extremely fancy. Let me see, let me get my, I think I had it right here. Help yourself. Alright. So, what was this? This is the fuel pump. And it is chrome, which is just terrible. So I'm going to trim it up a little bit and then stick it in my little de-chromer bat. Yeah, the glue bombs are harder to deal with for sure. Most of those are okay. Actually, a couple of those aren't rebuilders. A couple of them are just kits that I either built and, you know, just kind of half-assed, or something happened. I didn't like the way they turned out, so they're just sitting on the shelf collecting dust because of some imperfection that I didn't like. Like I screwed up the paint while I was like trying to polish it or something like that. I've done that a few times. Okay, let's see. I think this is supposed to be round, so I'm gonna try to try to smooth this without making it a flat surface. Just getting a little bit of the flash off of there. I'm going to dunk this in some super clean and strip the chrome off. But I might as well take care of some of these little spots first. Okay. I'm going to create a flat spot here. Yeah, I'm sure, John. Everybody has their moments. What do you think of this? I'm thinking I might actually be able to take this. It's hard to see, but it's got like some little nipples on the end here where some fuel lines or some fittings might go, and maybe I'll saw those off and then use those as options to wire, add some like fuel lines and stuff. That seems like a good idea. Anyway, I'm gonna put this in here, take the chrome off. We'll give this about 20 or 30 minutes. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna dechrome this piece too. I should just dechrome everything. I don't know that there's anything I want chrome on. I think I'm gonna take the chrome off of everything. Okay, so I think I've got a good idea where this is gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and, since I'm gonna paint the oil pan the same color as the block, I'm gonna, oh, you know what, wrong. Let's switch, let's see, let's go that way. I think I'm gonna go ahead and glue this on here, and that'll help me with placement of that other part. This front cover, whatever it's supposed to be. What you gonna have today, John? You got your boy today, right? What you guys having? Get in there. Alright, let's get that on there. Oh, the chili? Hot dogs and fries. Homemade fries? Do you buy the pre-cut fries, or do you cut your own potatoes? I'm gonna sand this front plate just a little bit, just to give it a little bit better adhesion, so it doesn't have a smooth surface. Not trying to thin it down, I just want to rough up that surface just the tiniest little bit. Actually, I'm gonna whip out a new bottle of glue. I'm gonna set this one aside for a while and then start using this new bottle. Okay. Give me this and this. Somebody just messaged me. Where? What? Okay. You want a piece of candy now?
Yeah.
Alright. What do you want?
Is this strawberry?
That one is cherry. You want that one? Okay. Alright. Enjoy. Spanish rice? I love Spanish rice. I am Mexican. I don't know if you guys knew that by my accent. But my name is Miguel, and I am Mexican. And I love Mexican food, so Spanish rice is right there in my wheelhouse. Alright, John. Have a good night, man. Enjoy your supper. Enjoy your time with your son. What's up, Piranha? I'm streaming on YouTube, so if I am not chatty, that's why. What you up to? Okay, so it looks like this fan belt pulley thing here. Looks like the fan attaches right there, and then that should go in that hole. So this should go in this hole. And it looks like, I mean, it lines up, but it doesn't exactly fit. Or it doesn't, like, sink in there. But I'm going to trim that just a little bit, so maybe it will.
Is it working on the computer?
I don't know. I don't know who's been on there for how long. Did you have homemade Spanish rice, Terry? Or was it some kind of store-bought restaurant or prepackaged? What is this pulley? Oh, that's the... Okay, yeah, that's this. What did I say? Freon pump? What else does a semi use a Freon pump for other than AC? Anything? Doesn't seem to fit in there very well. Did you play Valheim? Your maid made it for you? You better. I assume you're talking about your wife, and if that's the case, you better not let her hear you saying that. She won't be your maid for long. It says free on pump. I'll show you. Where is it? Right here. Right here where my thumb is. Or my finger is. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, right here. Well, is it when you say you're maid, be a little bit more clear about who you're referring to. Do you actually have a maid? Because if you do, that's pretty cool. I need to get one of those. I'm just cleaning up this part, see if I can get it to fit better. Sorry if I just blew in your ear. So this goes on that side. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. Is she Spanish or Mexican or Latin? Or did she just find some recipe or something that she made for you? I've actually been thinking about hiring someone to come in and clean my shit. Hey, thank you, gamer girl. Thank you for the sub. I thought you subbed earlier, but the notification just came in, so thank you. Okay, I think that'll fit a lot better now. Let's see if I can put this together. Alright, this goes in here, this goes in here. And that doesn't actually fit very well. I'm going to have to see if I can't build like a little spacer, because they don't line up too well. But I'm not super concerned about that. I do want to make sure this Freon pump sits right. Oh, okay. So this goes on here. I don't see any brackets though. There's nothing, you know, that modeled that would hold this in place. I might have to make some little brackets. That would be kind of neat, actually. So I need to smooth out this top part because it looks terrible.
I saw the sword. I really saw it. You can have. I don't like feminist. Hear that?
What the hell is this music? I'm playing like some royalty-free thing, and I'm not selecting the songs, so it's just like playing whatever they have in the playlist, and sometimes I wonder about the shit that they're playing. Alright, well, I guess it fits okay. It's at least doesn't look super bad. There is, however, some gaps. Like if I hold this flat, you see there's a gap on the back that's supposed to fit flush like that, but it's not aligned right. So if I hold it flat, there's a little gap there. So I think what I'll do is I'll find a way to fill that space so that it is supported a little bit better. But I don't need to glue this on. I'm just trying to glue on the parts that I'm going to paint all the same color. And this little Freon pump can actually be painted a different color, so that's okay. What is next? What is that? That looks like a valve cover, but it doesn't look like there is a valve cover. Unless I'm mistaken. Let's take a look at what this is. See if we can find a spot for it. Oh, wait a minute. I see. This is the after cooler, and it goes on the side here. Apparently, like right here. It's got two mold pins. Let me clean these up. Jamie, do you post videos? Do you have any videos of your projects? I love to go look at other people's projects. If you do, I'll go check out your videos. And I think, did I ask you that already, or was it you I asked, Terry? Guess you can both answer. Alright, let's see, this looks like it's supposed to go right here. What color does it say to paint that? It says... Actually, it doesn't specify color. So I guess I can paint it whatever color I want. So guess what? Let's get an engine color. Alright, cool. I'll go check out some of your videos. Alright, so it looks like it fits flush enough. So I'm gonna see if I can file down the sides here to make that a little bit more presentable. It looks like there's some sink marks. Some sink marks on the end here. On both sides. I don't know if you can see that. Come on. Sink mark there. And then one there. That one's really pronounced. Otherwise, it looks like it's okay. So I'm just going to file these ends here a little bit to take care of those sink marks. Yeah, no problem. I think I already subbed to your channel. I just don't think I've had a chance to go look at the videos. And if I haven't subbed, I definitely will. I could putty those, fill those with some putty, but honestly, I think that's more of a mess than it's worth. Usually, it doesn't really work out so that it was worth it for me. You know, I need to do some videos too, but lately all I've been doing is live streams. I'm gonna try to live stream as much as I can. Just as something to do, I guess. Usually a gamer, like to play video games with my buddies, but lately they've been off doing their own thing, so I'm kind of left to sit here by myself. So I figured I might as well just build some models. And if I'm gonna be building, I might as well be streaming. At least that way, maybe somebody will come and talk to me while I'm doing it. It's been pretty fun so far. Oop, that one's almost gone. Alright, let's see how that fits. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay. Let's put a little glue on it. Get out of my way. Once we get this a little bit more assembled, I think there's a couple more parts that I can put on here. We'll start looking at some detailing, some hoses and some fuel lines and oil lines and things that we can detail it up with. Alright, now there's obviously some stuff that needs to go up on top there. doesn't look like a valve cover though. It looks like a couple little breathers, and then what is that? A rocker arm cover of some sort. And then on this side is the exhaust manifold with the turbos. On the other side, it looks like an intake pipe. I don't see that intake pipe. Oh, yep, there it is right there. What does it connect to, though? Hard to see what it... Looks like it connects right to there. Let's take a look. Let us see. Pull that exhaust manifold off of there, and let's pull off this intake pipe. Okay. So the intake pipe looks like the flat part goes right in the center here. So it looks like it's meant to mount right across the center. And then the exhaust manifold looks like it mounts right here. Wait, that can't be right. Just like this. So if this mounts there and that mounts there, then, oh, that's got to go straight to the turbo then. Okay. Well, that makes sense. I do a little bit of airbrushing, Jamie. You know, I haven't done a lot of it, but just this, like a year ago, or maybe a little bit longer than that, I bought an airbrush, and I had a crappy little compressor that didn't work very well. It didn't have a tank, it didn't have a air regulator or pressure regulator, it didn't have a condensation trap or anything, so it didn't work very well for me, so I didn't do a lot of it. And then just recently I bought a new air compressor that has all of those things, has an automatic on off, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so I'm looking forward in the near future. In fact, these projects I'm working on right now are going to be probably the first things that I actually paint with the new compressor and my airbrush. I have just this is my Iwata, my little Iwata neon whatever, you know, nice little, I mean, it works really well. I've used it. It works really good. I like it. I think I paid like 70, 80 bucks for that. Works really well. So I'm looking forward to doing more of that. How about you? Do you do a lot of airbrushing? I have yet to paint like an entire model with airbrushes, as far as like the body and such. The things I have painted are, you know, just a little minor things. I don't know if you saw my rifle in the camera earlier when I was showing you what was up on my shelf there, but I painted part of that with my airbrush. Some of the little shadows I painted with my airbrush just because it was the perfect tool. You airbrush everything. What about like little parts, like little, you know, little engine detail parts and stuff? Do you airbrush those? And if you do you airbrush them while they're still on the trees, or do you do you take them off the tree, clean them up, and then airbrush? Because one of the things that you hate spray cans. I've used rattle cans quite a bit, and I don't have any problem with them. They're definitely finicky. Obviously, you have to be real careful if you want to get a good result. Okay, so I think that's going to work out real well. Let me clean up this. Exhaust manifold. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people who paint the parts while they're still on the tree, and I just don't get it. Like, why are you going to go through a process where you have to touch up the part after you pull it off the tree? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I mean, painting it on the tree to me is like a waste of time, because you're going to have to repaint it, guaranteed, if you do that. Oh, I don't have any issues with the cans. You're right in the sense that you can't dictate you can't dictate the spray pattern using an aerosol can. You're absolutely right. But I don't think that means you can't get a good result. Everything I've painted so far, I've painted with aerosol cans, and I've got decent results. So I mean, you can get good results. You just have to account for the shortcomings of aerosol cans. So I mean, it's possible. But I definitely know what you mean. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Here, let me move this over so you guys can see what I'm doing. I am just gluing this little part here. Exhaust manifold. I think this will be fine to get exhaust color. Or engine color, I mean. Derp. Yeah, yeah. I see a lot of people, like YouTubers that I watch, detailing with airbrushes. I mean, you just have to prep the part for the project, for the work. I mean, you know, tape off the parts that aren't going to get sprayed, and it's all in the prep work. All right, get in there. I want that to be a little bit tighter there. That's what she said. Hey, John. You just missed it. Jamie was showing us naked pictures of his wife. She's pretty hot. I'm just kidding. Okay, so that's the intake. Single action airbrush, spray and shoot, yep. Yes, sir. Very good analogy. Hang out so that a bunch of people can do their video or can show video and talk at the same time. I mean, there's a lot of tools out there to do it. John uses StreamYards, which apparently has a real easy way to do it. So John could set one up. I haven't really looked into it, so I'm not sure how I would do it. I'm sure I could figure it out, but I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know. No. John just did one earlier, if you saw his interview, so it's basically the same process. He just shares the link with a bunch of people, and anybody who wants to jump in can, or anybody he shares the link with anyway. And then you can all do it at the same time. Yeah, let's get one going, John. You could do it right now for all I care. Set one up, give us all a link. I don't know what your plans are. Maybe you're busy. Maybe you won't have time for that right now. Okay, so far we've got the oil pan. See, oil pan is in place. The front, what do they call it? They call it the front cover, but I don't know what purpose it serves on the actual one-to-one, but anyway. We've got the aftercooler is in place. We've got the exhaust manifold in place. Looking for some other tiny parts that we can prep to get going. So you know what, I see a little bit of glue that I want to try to sand off, just so that it looks better. Headphones would be a good idea. If you don't have headphones, the problem is that we will hear ourselves in your speakers. So your microphone will pick up your speakers, so whatever you're hearing, we're going to hear right back. So we'll get an echo from you if you don't have headphones. Yeah, I think, John, I think we should set something up like every Saturday afternoon. We should get like something going where we get as many people, or maybe Saturday nights would be good too, where we can get, you know, a bunch of people together, 4 or 5 people together, and do little group builds. Not necessarily working on the same thing, but although that's something that we could do in the future. But I mean, just everybody working on something while we sit and chit chat. What do you guys think about that? Like maybe every Saturday evening? What do you think, John? Somebody messaged me. Okay. That'll work. Thanks, Real. If you're watching, I need to get, what's my sub count at? I need to get up to 100 subs so that I can change my URL on my YouTube page. I'm at 96. I need 4 more. When you hit 100 subscribers, you can give yourself a custom URL. So instead of being something silly like YouTube/C/791326, I could actually name my channel, and then it would be like YouTube/DoubleDogGames. But I can't do that until I hit 100 subs. So I sent some messages out to some of my buddies today to say, hey, if you haven't already subbed to my channel, hit that sub button so I can change my URL. I appreciate that, John. 1 o'clock testing? Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you guys want to do 1 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, we can all meet up and jump into Hangouts. Okay, that looks good. Let's see how our dechroming is going. Okay, that one actually is almost done, not quite. Same with that one. Getting close, not quite. If you don't have a headset, you can still participate. You'll just need to turn your microphone sensitivity down a little bit and your speakers down a little bit so that we're not hearing ourselves in your microphone, kind of thing. And we could tinker with it while we're live just to get the settings going. But that's where that echo comes from, is when you're listening to us in your speakers and then it's loud enough that your microphone is picking up the audio, so the microphone hears us and then we hear ourselves back through your microphone, and then it sounds like an echo. Alright, I need to find the turbskis because I want to put this intake part, what is it called? Intake compressor turbine intake pipe. I want to put it together or on the engine, but I need to get it right so that when I put the turbo in place, it actually lines up. And it looks like there's another piece I'm going to have to dechrome. No prob. Okay. So now these parts are going to go something like this. So the flat face goes towards the exhaust manifold, and the other part goes in the up direction. And then the exhaust manifold should align with that. Alright, let me throw these in to dechrome these so that I can get that going as soon as possible. Let me see. My son is messaging me. Okay, so I think I'm ready for that. Let's see what other parts. Get those two together. What have we missed? going to mess with the alternator, the oil cooler, or the water pump stuff, any of that accessory stuff, until after I get everything else glued in place and then painted. Because I think all of that, those parts right there, as soon as I get the turbos de-chromed, those will get painted steel. They won't get engine color. Or actually, maybe they are. Are the turbos engine color on a diesel? Maybe they get painted engine color. What, babe?
May I see if someone will watch us on the channel?
Yes, you may. I don't know if anybody's here for that, but you can ask. Anybody know? I mean, I can go look at some reference photos, but... Oh, here's something I can do. I can get the breathers and the rocker arm covers. Oh, not the breather. Rocker arm covers. Where are they? Is that those guys? Oh, that can't be them. Nope, that's not them. Another Canadian. Another Canadian. What's up with all you Canadians? Okay, they're not chrome. Oh goodness, here they are. These are chrome. Alright, get these out of the way. You get back in there. These rocker arm covers are all chrome. Why would you chrome these? I don't understand this decision. They put all of these parts on the chrome trees that just don't make any sense. Yeah, I thought about that, John, breaking down the chrome trees. Oh, you meant the turbos? You don't. I don't want everything engine color, but if it's supposed to be engine color, then I do. I mean, then I do want it engine color. I just don't know if they usually paint those engine color or not. I know they get really hot, so whatever color they paint it, if they paint it, it's got to be heat resistant. I don't know. I'll take a look here in a sec. I'll do a little bit of research. We'll take a look. Let's see. Give me... Alright, I'm gonna change my display capture here. Let's go... What did we figure out that engine was? I forgot. Is it a cat? Anybody remember? Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, no turbos shown in these pictures. Okay. So these are steel colored, unpainted. These are chrome, but that's obviously some type of a show application. Sometimes they're trying to show off. Let's see. So look, here's one that's engine color. Well, the import or the intake side is exhaust color. The exhaust side is not painted, obviously, because it gets so hot. Here's one that's not painted. Looks like most of these are not painted, but there's an obvious color difference between the intake side and the exhaust side just because of the heat. This one is, looks like brushed, polished aluminum. Not brushed, but polished aluminum. Same thing here. Maybe that's like, we'll go with a steel color on one side and a rusty color on the other. That seems to be a predominant theme in these pictures. Yeah, I think I like this idea where the intake side is engine color and the exhaust side is not. Is like a rusty steel color. So I think that's what I'll do. Unfortunately, they have them in separate pieces, so I can paint them separately. Wow, that's crazy. Look at that. My goodness. Look at that. 6 turbos. I see 6. There's got to be 2 more somewhere. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 4 tailpipes. There's got to be 2 more somewhere. That's incredible. Maybe this picture will look better. Wow, that's insane. Okay. Tiny little mold line on here. A V8 with turbos. Yeah, but look at the pipes though. I mean, I only see 6 turbos. I see 4. Here, I'll turn it back on. I see 4 exhaust pipes running from the engine into this one turbo. And it looks like that turbo feeds into another turbo. That turbo exhausts out to the rear end. And then I see what looks like the identical on the other side, but then there's another set of turbos that I can't see where the in. Oh, it looks like the exhaust of the first turbo Ys and splits off into 2 separate turbos. So what they're doing is they're staging multiple turbos. So this set of turbos feeds into 2 sets of turbos, and then those turbos exhaust out the back. So it looks like there's 3 on each side, and the first 2 feed into the second 4, the second set of 4. It's crazy. For me, it is, yes, it's 5 to 5 right now. I'm Central Time. So yes, that is correct. Alright. Well, I think this is how this is gonna fit, and it looks good. The turbos go right here, and then this pipe sits on top of the exhaust, or the intake side of the turbos. But I don't want to glue that in place until I know exactly where, so that I get it aligned right. What I'll do is I'll hold the turbos together and then, you know, figure out some way to hold it right so that I can then glue this in place and get it aligned without having to glue the turbos in, because like I said, I don't want the turbos to be both engine color. I think just the intake side will be engine color. That's a neat truck though, that turbo truck. Oh, you know what? Here, I'll show you this picture. This one looks like it lays it out top down. That's incredible. Wow. Somebody put a lot of love into that build. Somebody should do a truck like that, like a model, a Scania. Is that a Scania? It looks like a Scania. Yeah, it's a Scania. What is that? Chimera? Somebody should build one just like that. John, I think you should take that on as a challenge. You won't. You won't do it. Snake Pit, is that a kit? Is that a kit that's actually in production or was in production? What's up, Nate? I wish I had the breathers, or I'm sorry, the rocker arm covers on here before I glued this intercooler, simply so that I could verify that these gaps are going to be filled. Because if you can see the gaps right here on the intercooler, if the breather, or if the cam covers, whatever they're called, rocker arm covers, if they don't hide those, I'm gonna not be super happy. Hey, what's up? I think she took Amanda to the mall. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to fill those without screwing everything else up if they don't cover that. Because obviously I don't want those gaps to be showing. See Me B&W is building that type of truck. I think it's for his Resident Evil Big Rig Group build. See Me B&W? Isn't he an Irish dude? I think that's an Irish dude. I think I just subbed to him recently. Shamey. I think that's how you say that. Shamey B&W. If I recall, he had some pretty neat looking builds on his channel. I need to go check those out, actually. I wish we could get more people streaming and posting videos, because I really like to see your guys' builds. One of my favorite things to do on YouTube is look at build videos. Alright. It's getting there. He adds light to his models. I've seen some people do that. Only reason I don't do that is because I don't want to have to worry about like trying to swap out batteries and run wires and stuff. Now on a rig, like maybe on a big rig with a trailer or something, I might do something like that, but I'm probably not gonna ever do that on a car model. Ooh, I see a little bit of flash right there that I need to trim. Almost. I'm not gonna work on this right now. I just saw it and it annoyed me. Yeah, I will check him out. Speaking of awesome builder, John, I appreciated your comment during your interview earlier. I don't necessarily know that I agree with you, but I appreciated what you had to say. Just wanted you to know that. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna put this little O-ring back on this lid like it's supposed to be. Okay. Alright, let's see what else we can do. Now this is step 1 that I'm working on. There's a part here called a water manifold. This part right here. Let me see if I can get it in screen a little bit better. I am not going to paint that body color, I don't think. I think I will paint that a different color. I don't know. Thoughts? What do you think? It mounts right here to the side of what I guess is the head. So it goes, I think, in that little hole right there. And it looks like it fills the area behind the exhaust manifold and maybe loops around underneath based on the shape. And has an oil cooler that goes somewhere, but I think I'll paint that a different color, like, yeah, like gunmetal, or maybe like a black. I need to go pick up some semi-gloss black. I don't have any of that right now. I should do that today, actually. But I think it'll fill in. It'll, like, part of it goes up behind the exhaust manifold here, and then I think it wraps around and then comes up under here with the oil cooler. At least that's what the picture looks like. Get it over here. So I think that's a good idea. I might be in trouble here, because, see if I can show you. In these instructions, you can see right here, this part here shows that it attaches to the front of the block. But this part, I have the base of it right up on top of the front lip of the oil pan. So there is no spot for this part to mount directly to the block. So I might have to do a little bit of finagling. As you can see, the oil pan comes right up to the edge, and then there's a little bit of a lip hanging over. See if I can do it this way. There's a little bit of a lip hanging over, and then this mates right down onto the lip, and there's no gap there. And it looks like that cross beam is supposed to mount there somewhere, but maybe it goes across the front of this brace. It doesn't look like it should sit on the oil pan, because there's just not, let me see if I can get this to focus. There's just not, I mean, you can see that the little hole where the hose goes in right here is not out of the way. I mean, it's in the way. So if I was going to mount it at the base of this front plate, then that would be in the way. And if I'm going to mount it on the oil pan, at the front of the oil pan, then I need this plate to move up this direction. So I hope I didn't screw myself. But like I said, there's no placement pin to show exactly where it's supposed to mount, and the instructions aren't clear, so I'm taking an educated guess. Hopefully I can make it work. Jamie, are you talking about for detail painting, or are you talking about airbrushing? Or for detail painting, brush painting, I generally use Model Masters. The little round glass jars of Model Masters paints is what I most commonly use. I'm not opposed to using testers or Tamiya or anything else. As far as airbrushing goes, well, when I paint my bodies, up to this point I have been rattle canning. I haven't started airbrushing bodies yet. I'm going to do that soon, but I've been using rattle cans, and I've got probably 50 rattle cans, both the big Walmart size and then the stubby little one, the mid-size ones, and then the stubby little Model Masters ones. Like here's the color that is going to be the body color on this one, Sublime Green. And not on this model, but on my truck, my 66 Fleetwood Chevy. This is the color that I'm using. Now these little stubby ones, I don't buy these a lot, but when I want a specific color, I'll buy these. But generally there's like half-size cans, a bunch of those, or the big, you know, like this kind of stuff. And sometimes I'll go to the auto parts store and I'll find these really cool, like this. In the camera it looks blue. This is actually purple. It's a really dark purple. I'm not sure why it's showing up blue in the camera, but you can even see the color is matte electric purple. But this is a really cool color. I like that. And here is a blue. I don't know if you can see the difference, but this one is a deep purple and this one is a blue. And then for interiors, I've got all kinds of like shades of tan and brown and leather colors. I've got reds. I've got greens. This is almost exactly the same color as this Sublime Green, but it's gloss neon green by Rust-Oleum. And this is like $6, $7, and this is like $5, $6. So, I mean, you know, what do you want? What do you want to pay for, etc. I'll show you. One sec. Oh, goodness. So, here's all the little stubbies. Some more green. Some Daytona yellow. You know, I've got a bunch of different colors here. Now, as far as airbrushing, hold on. This is my airbrush supply. So I use little mixing jars if I need to mix my own colors. I got a couple little airbrush supply things. Extra airbrush. You see here. Now, I have Model Color brand for some interesting colors. This one says Vallejo. Color is Alien Purple. Alien Purple. This is another Vallejo. I've got several of these little Vallejos. All these little bottles you see are Vallejo. Then these bigger bottles are a brand called Createx, and they've got some really cool colors. Pearl Lime. Here's a Wicked Orange. Here is a turquoise. Now this is obviously needs to be mixed. These paints have been sitting for quite a while because I don't airbrush much, but you can see that color is mixing up a little bit now. I've got some darker greens. This one's Wicked Apple Green. Let's see. Later, bro. Another Pearl Lime Green. Here's Pearl Magenta. And you can see it's got pearl in it. It needs to be mixed right now. But there's like a layer where it's set, you know, towards the bottom. Let me see if I can shake it up a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to mix up for me that quick. Here's a cool one. Pearl Plum. I need to get me a shaker, a paint shaker. Pearl Blue. Caribbean Blue. And then, you know, some standard stuff. Opaque Black. Pearl Black. Here's a Pearl Black. What's this? This is Wicked Aluminum. Oh, I should mention that. Yeah, some of these are Wicked colors. I get these from an art store called Blick here locally. Some more creative or Createx pearlized. So this would be a black pearl. This one is Createx, also copper pearl. This would be good for a hot rod. Some kind of like an old Ford, like something John's working on, like a 32, something like that. That'd be great. transparent, so this would be good over like an aluminum or a silver, like almost like a candy. That's a really interesting color. Pearlized, so like an emerald color with a pearl that needs to be mixed, obviously, but I look forward to using some of these, man. I really can't wait. And then I've got like some balancing clear and, you know, various thinners. I mean, I've got supplies to get everything I need going. This is Zero Paints. I don't know if you've heard of Zero Paints. These are great colors too. The Zero stuff is really good stuff. I only have this color, but I bought it for a specific reason, and I just forgot what that reason was. House of Colors. I've heard a lot of people use House of Colors just because they have such cool colors. What is it? Oh, this is a sand? I must have intended this for interiors, because I definitely would never paint a body this color. A sand. It's almost like a military color. Now this is, you know, sediment, and this is thinned, so obviously I need to mix those, but it'll be some shade in between those two once it's mixed. Lots of Vallejo stuff. I can't wait to start airbrushing, to be honest. I'm looking forward to that. These are my little jars. I saw these on special, $8 in Hobby Lobby for 5 mixing jars. They're little, you know, empty jars. So hopefully soon I get to start messing with those. See how our dechroming is coming. Metal flakes. Okay, that one looks good. Let me grab a paper towel. That one looks ready. This one looks like it's got a little shiny bit on it. One tiny little shiny bit. I'm seeing if I can scrape this tiny little bit of chrome left off, or if I'm going to have to give it a few more minutes. I think that actually might be enough. Yeah, I think that might be good enough. See how we coming on these other parts. Still looks like we got a ways to go. Let me scratch these a little bit, maybe promote the dechroming process a little bit. Scratch the surface of the chrome that's left just a little bit. See if we can't do the same thing with the turbos, or the turbo. Oh yeah, John? Just add the color, the base color that you want. That's a good idea. Oop, get out of there. One more piece. Come here, you. You have to spray them dry? What do you mean? Give me a little bit more information. What do you mean by that? I'm not a super experienced airbrusher, so I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Okay, these are almost ready, so... Petal powder. Pearl X, is it like a little pearl powder that you just add to like a base color? I'm gonna step away for half a second. You'll still hear me, but I won't be moving on screen. I'm gonna go wash these parts off. Oh, okay. So does that mean that you then have to apply numerous more coats? Like more thinner coats? Or do you still get a really good coverage on that? I understand. What are the coverage like? What's the coverage like? Jamie. Okay, I forgot where this part goes. Let's see, this is... Okay, this is a fuel pump, goes on the back of the large pulley. So that means it goes right there. So I need this surface to be flat, which looks like it's pretty good. But I think the pin sticking through might be just a little bit too prominent, too proud. I'm going to file this down just the tiniest little bit. because I think it's sticking through this hole just the tiniest little bit too much, preventing this part from seating. Yeah, definitely. Or actually, maybe what I'll do is drill this part out a little, since this is where the pin goes. Coverage is good. That's good to hear. I see. Oh yeah? Yeah, I look forward to seeing some of those videos too. Alright, sorry about that. I'm gonna need a drill. I don't think I have a small enough one in here. Let me... Okay. How is that not tightening? What am I doing wrong here? Let's see. Go in there. Maybe I'm just not putting enough pressure on it. It's not wanting to tighten down on this drill bit. Let me get this back together. Okay. I never have much luck with these damn pin vices. They just don't want to cooperate, so I will use my Dremel. My trusty Dremel. I need to plug this in. Give me 2 seconds. trying to hog out a little hole here for this pin to sit in so that this part will go flush. Yeah, that'll work. Perfect. These little drill bits are freaking amazing. Made by Dremel, bought them at Menards, which is like a little version of Home Depot or Lowe's. Perfect. All right. Okay. Get in there. All right. Now this should mount right there. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that worked great. Okay. What do you think? This part is called, oh, this is the fuel pump. So on the back of this part, what do you think these three fittings are? Feed, return, maybe, and then what do you think that third one is? You see the three little nipples? What do you think those three lines are? There's one that has an elbow on the top that comes in a 90-degree angle from the top. There's one that comes straight out the back, and then there's one that comes out the bottom, at the back on the bottom. Overflow. I'm trying to decide whether I should snip those and then do some lines out of like solder or wire or something. Those would go, let's see, the feed line would have to go to like some injectors, but I don't see an injection manifold. Yeah, I'm just guessing too. I don't see anywhere where they're injecting fuel. Oh, okay. Here we go. So it looks like out the side of this top part, there's a fuel pump line that goes into the aftercooler. Not sure why it would go there, but there's a little dimple right here underneath this cap, whatever this little ridge is. You can see the little dimple there. So this mounts right here. And then there's a little hose that goes to this little hole right here. There's a little hole that goes right there, and then there's a little hose. Let me see, get it down here. You see this hose goes from the fuel pump up to the aftercooler. Yeah, the Radio Shacks are all closed. I can get solder at like Lowe's or Home Depot or Menards. I'm not worried about it being hard to come by, or you can order it online. The interesting thing is this sits up nicely right here. I'm just not sure if I want to glue it in place and paint it in place, or if I want to glue it after I paint. I guess it couldn't hurt. I'm gonna airbrush this. I'm gonna take this engine on as an airbrush project. So I'm gonna prep it and then airbrush it, and I'll even do like the detailing airbrushed, and I will live stream that too. I'll video all of that. We'll do that on a live stream, just for the sake of everybody seeing me make a fool of myself. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. Okay. I don't know, I feel pretty comfortable about that placement. I think I'm just going to glue it in place and then paint it in place. I think that's a good spot right there. Maybe. John, come on now. You're supposed to be supportive. You're supposed to say, "Oh, Miguel, nah, you'll do fine. You got this." I appreciate the honesty, though. Okay. So the fuel pump's in place. That's its home. We'll do a line from there to the top, and then I'll do a little bit of research on these other little nipples and find out what they're supposed to be. Maybe they're feeds from multiple tanks, like auxiliary tanks, left tank, right tank, auxiliary tank, that kind of thing. Yeah, really, the blooper reel. are those? Oh yeah, I think that is. I think these are, okay, engine, or trans braces or whatever. So that means this is my front side engine mount. I'll bet ya. Get in there. Where does that go? Right there? Sure enough. Sure enough. I don't know how that's supposed to mount though. Yeah, I think so. I think it might be like a left-right tank kind of thing. This is just the weirdest. Like, see, here's the cross member, the front cross member I was talking about. And here's the front of the block. Let me see if I can get it in focus for you guys. There's just no like reasonable placement that, or at least seemingly reasonable, where that would mount. Like, how would that mount? Is it supposed to be on the front of the block? Because the dimensions of the little cutout aren't the same dimensions as the width of the block. That little, what is that little hole there? I mean, that, I don't see any place where that makes any sense. I just don't know where that's supposed to go. And this doesn't seem to fit inside here. Let me see what the instructions tell me. What? Okay. So there is another little like fan belt with a big pulley, like a crank pulley. This piece right here, let me get, so this piece right here, it looks like that little pulley appears to go center line on the front of the block. If you can see here, that appears to be that pulley that we were just looking at, crank pulley, and it looks like that little hole in the cross member, which is depicted here, is right in the center, and then it mounts to the frame rails right in front of these little nubs. So the nubs don't look the same. They're not the same shape as what's in the picture, but they're similar. So this cross member obviously must go right here. Now obviously it doesn't fit so well in my build, but I can trim it a little bit. Oh, I see why. There are, see if I can get this to focus. Right here in front of the pin, it's hard for you to see right now in this because it won't focus very well, but right there at the tip of my X-Acto blade on both sides, there is a little injector pin mark. So there's a little bit of flash sticking out inside the frame rail that makes this part not fit very well. So I need to clean that out. And I I saw that before, and I did try to clean it out, but apparently I didn't do a good enough job because it's not fitting very well. And I can still feel it with the tip of my X-Acto blade. So it's obviously there. Wow, that's gonna be a chore. And it doesn't seem like it's super prominent or super proud or whatever the term would be. So, I mean, it shouldn't be too big of a chore. Maybe that's enough. Seemed like it was close, but you know, another thing I could do is make sure that now with the chrome on this piece, because remember I dechromed this piece, this cross member. If there was chrome on this, there's no way it would fit in there. So with that trim just the tiniest little bit, let's see if we can get this part in there. Oh, it almost like clicks in. That's kind of handy. Okay, it doesn't want to go farther than that though. Hmm. Yeah, I agree, John. They chrome everything in those drag cars, and that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, when you go to the drag strip, you don't see hardly any chrome. I mean, there's a couple cars that they build, you know, because they want to be like show cars, but for the most part, there's not going to be chrome on a drag car. Polished aluminum, maybe, only because it's going to be, you know, the part is going to be there anyway. It's aluminum, and you might as well polish it. But otherwise, there's no reason for all that chrome. You're not going to see that on a funny car. Or most any drag car, really. Okay, so I'm just like trimming a little bit here and there to try to get it to fit down in place. It's hard to see this, but I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a tiny little gap between this pin and that part. And I think it's because the top and bottom of the frame rail, the C channel, is just too narrow for the part. So I'm just doing a little bit of filing. You can see this part is like angled. You can tell it's wider at the top than it is the bottom. So I'm just exaggerating that just a little bit to see if I can get the part to fit a little bit better. And then maybe that'll do the trick. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not going to be chrome for long. Unless it's a show car where they're not, you know, they're not subjecting it to extreme heats for a long time. Okay, I think that fits well enough. I think that is fine. It seems to be, let me see if I can get it down here. It seems to be vertical, and as far forward as I can get it on those pins. So I think that's good placement. And then these engine mounts go here. Okay. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. I think that is fine. I think that placement will work just fine. Why does that not want to sit down in there? Maybe it's not supposed to. Get in there. So obviously that pulley will sit right in that little semicircle on the cross frame. The pulley will sit right there in this little divot. Actually, I was worried that this might actually be a problem, but it looks like it's fitting just fine. And the engine is sitting in there square. So, I mean, I think it's going to be fine. Now, I don't know where is that? Let me pull that pulley out here. The big one, the crank pulley. I don't know oh, never mind, I forgot what I was going to say. You distracted me, John. Can't you see I'm trying to stream here? What are you thinking? Oops. Wait a second. So, on the front of the crank, they have the little half moon, right? So you expect to see a half moon male. This is a female half moon. You expect to see a male half moon on the crank, but no, it's also a female half moon. What the fuck? Excuse my language. And this goes up on this side. What the heck? Who was it that said they were building this kit in the future? Was it you, Terry? Is Terry still here? Good luck, brother, because it's gonna be interesting for you. Oh, and here, this is odd. This pulley doesn't even fit inside that hole. Look at the difference in the diameter of that little hole right there versus the back of this crank. You see the gap? It doesn't fit down in there. Well, let me put this in here. Let's see. Well, so I thought somebody said they were going to be building it in the near future. Maybe did I misread the directions, or did it not say? Oh, there is a. Okay, hold on. There's another pulley. There's another pulley that goes between Okay, so I don't know this to be true, but I'm going to do a little bit of speculating here. I mentioned this earlier. It's entirely possible that on the front of this block, the engine block, there was a little half moon pin that maybe I mistook as a injector mold mistake, or left, needed to be cleaned up, and maybe I cut it off and sanded it smooth. Because this little guy is intended to go in between the crank pulley and the front plate. But as you can see, this little guy also has a female half moon locator pin, or locator hole. So obviously something's not right. So that's my guess. My guess is I probably goofed that up by shaving that pin. I don't know, maybe I can make myself a little pin, locator pin. I'm gonna try. You know what? It's worth the try. I'm gonna try it. I'll take this. Let me see. Yeah, I'll take this piece of styrene sprue. Let me see if I can get it the right dimension first. Diameter, I should say, the right diameter. Make sure it's the right diameter. Yeah, that'll work out really well. And then what I'll do is I'll file one side flat. I may cheat a little bit. Maybe I'll use an X-Acto knife. And maybe I'll replicate that half moon pin so that I can line up these parts. Focus, damn it. Damn camera. Okay, so that's gonna work. You guys are geniuses. I'm gonna hold this together and I'm gonna glue it. Hopefully just the pulleys. I don't want to glue the pin in just yet if I can avoid it. But I want to glue these pulleys together. And then what I can do is glue this in here and then trim it off and use it as a locator for those other parts. I don't need to do that yet though, because I'm not gluing those on just yet. But never hurts to have a little prep work done. Thanks for the inspiration. You guys helped me solve my problem. Should probably glue this in, the pin at least, so that when I paint this I don't clog that hole up and then have a problem. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna glue this in. I'll trim the little stub off here in a sec. Maybe I'll let that set up before I try to trim it, because I don't think I need it quite that deep. Almost positive. Actually, that should be plenty good right there. So all I did was I made the little half moon from a piece of sprue, sanded one side flat, used it to locate these two parts, to glue these two parts together. I can detail paint these separately, paint this up, and then now I'll have my half moon to locate this, crank. And that should work out. Now the only problem I need to solve is this cross member, this front brace, not being the right dimensions, the right diameter. I don't know. So it looks like that's supposed to be off, canted off to one side. Looks like it needs to come over about a millimeter. That pin is off to the side. I don't know if you can see. Well, if I have to adjust it a little, I can whip out my Dremel, and I can whip out the Dremel and give it a little tweak. The interesting thing is the center part. See the half moon, flat side in the center. It almost looks like, even in the picture, I think in the engine picture, it looks like the pulleys are outside the cross member. Like the cross members between the pulleys and the engine block. So you wouldn't see it regardless of where they were. It looks like they're supposed to be. Yeah, that's really odd. It's almost like they're a little bit too far forward. I might have to assemble the radiator and get it, test the placement on that to see if I can make sure that this is going to fit right, because I don't want to push these pulleys forward. Well, I don't know. I guess I couldn't possibly push them forward because that's supposed to be there. And the half moon indicates that the alignment should be like almost vertical for that. Which means think that's the orientation, what the orientation is supposed to be. Interesting. What's up?
This may we have someone to watch us on the trampoline.
You can ask. Where's that other pulley at? Okay, so this goes here, this goes here. And this goes in here. Okay, based on the layering of these pulleys and belts and such, there is a little bit of a gap in a couple places. I don't know if you can see the gap there, and then there's one on this side as well. So I need to figure out how I want to address that. Interesting. I don't think it's going to be a problem though. I think it's fine. Hey, welcome back, Jamie. I'm just trying to get these accessory belts and such lined up in a way that everything fits, because the cross member is supposed to go between the block and this crank pulley, this larger crank pulley here. And as you can see on the back side of the crank pulley, there's a smaller pulley for this other, I think this is the alternator if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to look at the instructions again, but as you can see, it's not completely round because it's got a belt that goes off almost at a 90 degree. So instead of being like a U shape, it's like half a U. And that technically is supposed to fit here on this half moon, but like in this orientation here on the front side, but there's nothing to space it, and it's obviously not intended to sit down in the little circle of that cross member because the hole is not the right shape or size. Unless this little side belt, this side accessory pulley wasn't here, then it would be the right size and shape and location. But since it's not, then obviously there has to be some kind of a spacer, which isn't depicted in the instructions. So maybe there's a part somewhere on one of the trees that isn't labeled. Well, none of the parts are labeled, but maybe there's a part somewhere on one of the trees intended for that. Or maybe I'll end up having to scratch build something just so that it doesn't, so that it's like sturdy, you know what I mean? I don't want it like flopping around and then breaking off later. And then likewise, this pulley here, this pin goes in this hole right here, and then this pin goes in this slot, the base of that slot. But if I hold it flat, there's the tiniest little gap. Let me see if I can align that to the camera so you can see it. Let's see. This way, maybe. Anyway, there's a little gap that I need to try to deal with. And not a huge problem, but again, I'd like it to be solid. I'd like there to be something that it's actually like physically mounted to, because if I press it into the hole, then this mating surface is not perfectly aligned. See how those two parts right here at my fingertip are not perpendicular? Can I get that to focus a little maybe? Come on, focus. I can't get it to focus. And if I make them perpendicular, then I get the tiny little gap right here where my thumb is. So I want to make something to fill that gap. I don't need to do it right now, but well, Terry, go get your treatment, man. We can't have you dropping out on us. Do what you gotta do, brother. Somebody just messaged me. Let me see what that was. Alright, let's see. Okay, I can set that aside for now though. I don't need to deal with that right now because that's like detail work that'll come after I paint the engine block. This part fits well right in here, and I don't need to same thing, I don't need to worry about this right now because this will get painted different. It's not going to be engine color, so that can go back in the bag. Let me make sure I'm not losing any parts here, and then we'll see what we can move on to. Okay, this looks like all garbage. Alright, Jamie, I'll check it out. I'll check it out tonight, actually. I'll make sure to watch that here in just a little bit. You know, on the front end, oh, you know what? I'm going to take this cross member out, and I'm going to put it... maybe I should just glue it in. I think actually I will. I think I'll just glue it in before I set these things aside. Commitment. We're doing it. Alright. It's supposed to be chrome, according to the parts trees, but I stripped it. We'll paint this chassis color. This is the cross frame, this little part right here that goes in front of the engine block. This is the front engine mount, and then the rear engine mounts are these little pegs here, here, and here. And those line up with those pegs on the side of the bell housing. Hey Terry, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Have a good night. Take it easy, brother. So that'll go in there nicely. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So let's see if there's anything we can step up. Oh, I was going to look at this. When I put the front suspension parts on, I did not do the steering box, the pitman arm, or the idler arm. So I'm thinking that I can probably add those, since those, I don't have a problem with those being chassis color. I think all of those can be chassis color. Oh, you know what? And I can do the axle as well, the front axle, because that'll be chassis color. So let's get that out. Let's get that axle on there. I'll dress that up, make sure there's no mold lines on there before we paint anything. I hope these are not chromed parts. Let's see. So I need the steering box. Let me see if I can find that. That looks like the steering box right there. Let me see. This part right here. And here it is in the instructions, right here. Yeah, I think that's right. So let's get that out of there. pitman arm looks like this item right here. And I can't tell. This part here is a little awkward looking. Let me see if I can focus that. Get over here. Where you at? Right here. But it looks like that might be the idler arm depicted right here. So let's pull that off the tree and see if it makes sense when we put those parts together. So it looks like the steering box goes in. Okay, so there's a heart shaped, and it looks like it angles at the steering linkage angles at a 45-degree up angle. So it looks like that should go just like that. Let me see if I can trim this up a little bit so that it fits a little bit better. That way we don't I don't second guess that. I don't have to second guess it. As it is currently, it doesn't look right. Doesn't feel right, I should say. It doesn't sit down in the hole. The fitment isn't perfect. Alright, let's see if that looks better or feels better. Okay, yeah, that's quite a bit better. Alright, so it needs to be sanded flat just a tiny little bit, but it fits in there okay now. So then there's this part and this part. This is the idler arm and the pitman arm. So the pitman arm is going to go right here. And actually, let me see if I can zoom this in a little bit. I'll zoom that out here in a little bit so that you can see better, but so that goes on like that. And I think that seems right. And then the front axle goes in here. And yep, that's aligned right. And then where did that idler arm go? Come back here. Stay there. Then this would go something like this. Yeah, I think those are the right parts. Oops, I dropped one. So, let's clean them up and glue them in. Let me zoom this back out so you can see more. All right. Uh-oh. Where'd my pitman arm go? Oh, there it is. Or idler arm, excuse me. Let's see if anything else on here needs to be cleaned up before we glue it in. John, I'm gonna go for probably another 20 or 30 minutes here, maybe, and then call it a night. Just so you know. Alright. Let's see. If we get this in here, it's a little bit. Doesn't want to sit flat, and I think that's because inside the recess here there's a little nub. Let's see if I can trim that out of there. See if that fits better. Oh yeah, much better. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. Alright. Let's weld that baby in. While that sits, let's take a look at this front axle. We need to do some cleanup on this bad boy. Definitely. Mold lines galore.
Daddy.
What?
When the when Nana said go inside, I didn't. Apple. When Nana said go inside, hey to Apple, he said no inside. Hey, only outside, and he was yelling at Nana.
Where is he now?
Still outside.
You go tell him I said to get inside right now. Tell him to come to me right now. What did I tell you about going outside?
About to not get caught by strangers.
No. I told you you could only go outside if somebody was out there watching you. Didn't I?
Nana was.
Didn't I?
Yes. Yeah, Nana was talking.
And Nana told you to come inside, didn't she?
Yes.
And what have I told you about listening to Nana?
To go inside.
You're supposed to listen to what she tells you.
Okay.
She's your grandmother and you respect her and you do what she says. You understand me?
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you this again. If you can't listen, then you can't go outside.
Okay.
You understand me?
Yes.
You need to go in your room and think about it for a little while.
Okay.
Don't you come out of there until I tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a ton of it.
Please may I ask Papa for a treat?
No, not right now. It's almost dinner time.
After dinner?
I'll think about it. I was cleaning up the mold lines on this, and I took a file to this spot right here. And unfortunately, doing so, I left a little ridge right here in the corner, more than I wanted to. So now I'm just having to clean that up a little bit. I don't want it to look out of place. So it looks pretty good now. Looks okay. I think they look okay right now. So now I just got to finish cleaning up mold lines, and then I'm going to glue this part on. Once I glue this part on, then I can get the pitman arm and the idler arm in place and glue them. And those can be chassis color. I'm okay with those being chassis color as well. What color do you think I should paint the chassis, John? What's your opinion? I'm thinking either like a steel color or black. Maybe some kind of like a dark gray. Not real sure. What do you think? See if I can file these parts flat. This is the mating surface right here for the suspension springs. Let me see if I can go maybe this side. That's kind of a weird angle. Maybe if I go this way. suppose that'll work. Graphite color. Okay, this side seems good. This side looks like it's a little off angle, so I'm going to try to level that a little bit, maybe bring that down. That's closer. Gunmetal. Much better. Yeah. That looks really good. Alright, let's get it in there. Gunmetal's a good choice. Stand up. Let me get you a little dot right there. Black pearl, really? You think that fancy for an old Kenworth? I thought about stretching the frame too. But I don't think I'll do that. I think I'll just make it stock. Okay, so that's in, and the steering box is in. So now in that little hole on the steering box goes the pitman arm. Like that. Only level, obviously. And then behind it will be this bad boy. But I'm going to wait probably 10 minutes to tinker with that until this axle is glued in nice and solid. Let's see. My goodness. I don't know if that'll stretch far enough. Oh, it won't stay in place. Let me clean this up while I'm waiting. I'm looking forward to the hangout tomorrow. That's a neat feature that StreamYard offers. Something that definitely makes them different from the other tools, because you don't have an embedded tool like that for the other tools. An embedded feature like that for the other tools, for sure. Like, you're not going to get that with OBS or Streamlabs or any of those other tools. Not built in anyway. Of course, that might be one of those pay features. Do you have to pay for that? Or is that one of the features you only get when you pay the subscription or whatever? Do you have the paid subscription? Yeah, I mean, there's ways you can do it. Zoom and Google Hangouts, and you could do a couple different online meeting things. Problem with Zoom is you have to pay for Zoom. Hey, babe.
I'm going to get the boy.
Okay. I love you too. Yeah. same thing with zoom. Like if you, I think it's if you want to have a meeting, there's some catch with Zoom too. I don't remember exactly what it is. If you want to have a certain number of people, or if you want to do it for a certain amount of time or something, I forget. I know there's like a low-level free version or free option, but then like the more robust feature is pay to use with Zoom. It's something like that, something similar to that. Okay, I think I got the flash cleaned up off of this pitman arm, or this idler arm. So this is gonna go like this, and then $20. That's not too bad. I'd use that up in like a week though. Is it 20 hours of Hangouts or 20 hours of streaming? Because if it's 20 hours of streaming, I would definitely use that up in a week. I'm sure it's not super expensive, but even beyond the 20 hours, I mean. Excuse me. Well, these seem to be fitting okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just glue it. Yeah, I saw that. I was looking at StreamYards. You mentioned StreamYards the other day, and so I thought I'd go take a look at it. Looks like it would be an alright service. Okay, it's in. It's drying right now, but the pitman arm is in. The idler arm is in. The little gray mark is from my tweezers. It's a little paint that rubbed off while I was holding it. But it's in place. It's coming around, John. It is coming around. I am pretty darn close to where I want to be for paint. Do you think I should run? Do you think I should run airlines and brake lines, or not airlines and brake lines, fuel lines and airlines before I paint? That I might need to do that if I want them to be um, frame color, body color, whatever. Frame color. And then that also brings up the point, I need to get the tanks and the tank mounts here, because those definitely need to be frame color. I don't want them chrome, so they need to go on. Let me get those out here. I think all the tank mounts are right here. But the tanks themselves are on here. I'm going to split this up a little bit. Alright. You'll do it after? Are you gonna do it after because it's easier to do it after? Can you explain to me what your logic is? Because maybe I want to do it after too. I mean, what's your thought process on that? Trim that out of here. I don't know what those are. I don't know what those are. I'll leave them chrome for now. What's your thought process on that? Alright, in go. You know what? Maybe. Let me see what I got here. I might pull these other parts first. Let me see how they're doing. Oh, yeah, that one's good. These turbos are ready. Oh, yes, that's perfect. Okay. Let's see what these cam covers look like. Yep, that one's good. Stop running away. That one's good. Get out of the corner. Yeah, these are set. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wash those off and then glue those up. Alright, so in go the tanks, the tank caps. In go the tank caps, no longer to be chrome. Yeah, just different shades of whatever color. Yeah, I gotcha. You know what? I think. Oh yeah, I forgot about this, John. This model comes with some rubber hose, so I don't even need to worry about that. I'm set. I'm gonna close those up, get those ready to go back in the box. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wash these parts off, and then I'm gonna glue these turbos up. Alright. Get out of my way. Oh, great. I just washed them all out of my hand into the sink. Good thing I closed the trap. Alright. Good enough. I'm looking at the instructions for the tanks here. 4 fuel tank mounts, so 2 on each side. Looks like the hanger has a little pin, locator pin on the top, which according to the instructions should mount in these holes on the side of the rail. These 2 holes here, right behind the hoop. Okay. Get out of my way, trash. Alright. We'll work on those here in a sec. I'm like over. I said I was going to do like 20 more minutes, and here it is like an hour later. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to dress up this turbo, see if I can get it to sit flat against the manifold. I'll see if I can align the intake pipe, and then I'm going to wrap up my stream. I've been streaming for a long time. Alright, John, hey, good timing. I'm going to wrap it up here. So thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate all your comments and all your input. Appreciate the conversation. I will be online tomorrow for, you said 1 p.m. Eastern. So I will be definitely online. You have my email address. You can send me the link to the Hangout, and I'll be there with bells on. Thank you, sir. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and call it here. If you're out of here, I'm out of here. We'll just call it a day. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe. I need to get my numbers up so I can hit my custom URL. Share the link with your friends. Give me a little bit of exposure if you have any friends that might be interested in what we're doing or the conversations that we're having. I certainly appreciate it. I'm going to start posting links to all of you guys' channels in the descriptions of my videos. In fact, I might go back and edit all of them to do that, so that anybody who comes to visit comes to see my videos will see links to your channels so they can go check out your videos as well. Hope everyone has a good evening and a good rest of the weekend, and we'll see you online again tomorrow.